Good morning and welcome. My name is Debbie Hersman, and it's my privilege to serve as the chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board. This morning, I'm joined by my fellow board members, Member Robert Sumwalt, Member Mark Rosekind, and Member Earl Weiner. Member Rosekind and Member Weiner had their ceremonial swearing-in ceremonies last week, so they are our newest board members. And we are also have an empty seat today. My Vice Chairman, Christopher Hart, is not with us today because he is with the NTSB GO team that was launched to the pipeline accident in San Bruno, California last week. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the boardroom of the National Transportation Safety Board. This morning, the board meets in open session as required by the Government in the Sunshine Act. While this is a public meeting, only the board members and the NTSB staff will participate in today's deliberations. 3 weeks ago, the staff presented to the board members the report that we're considering today, the August 8, 2009 Midair collision over the Hudson River near Hoboken, New Jersey, involving a single-engine Piper and a Eurocopter helicopter. It is our purpose today to consider the board's investigative report on this accident. And while the NTSB board members have had the intervening weeks to study the report and meet with the staff, today is the first time that we are meeting together to discuss it. Our staff has prepared 3 presentations, each of which will be followed by a round of questions from the board. We will then consider the report's conclusions, probable cause, and recommendations. It is possible that some or all of the parts of the report may be revised or modified during today's discussions. And we're going to be considering proposed amendments at the end of the meeting. This is because these are the board's actual deliberations over these documents. That is the purpose of the Sunshine Act, to provide the public with a window into our decision-making process. Approximately 30 minutes after we conclude our meeting, copies of the abstract of this report will be available in our Public Affairs Office and on the NTSB website. On behalf of my fellow board members and the entire NTSB staff, I offer my deepest condolences to those who lost loved ones in this accident. 9 lives were lost in the accident, including 5 tourists from Italy. I understand that we have some representatives from the Italian Embassy here in the office and the boardroom with us today. Thank you all for being here as well. We recognize that our report on this accident cannot fill your loss, but please know that along with the changes that have already been made in the last year, we hope that the additional recommendations that are issued today will be implemented to prevent similar tragedies from occurring. Also, on behalf of the men and the women of the Safety Board, especially those who were involved in the on-scene investigation, I'd like to express my appreciation to the over 40 different organizations at the city, state, and federal level who supported our team while they were on scene. They assisted in the recovery efforts as well as evidence documentation. The Safety Board could not have done our work on scene without their support. I'm attaching to my statement that will be posted on the web a list of these organizations that assisted the Safety Board. To all of you, thank you. We will now proceed with today's report. A little over a year ago, on August 8, 2009, a single-engine Piper aircraft that departed Teterboro, New Jersey, on its way to Ocean City, New Jersey, collided in midair with a sightseeing tour helicopter over the Hudson River near Hoboken, New Jersey. The Piper was operating as directed by air traffic control, hugging the airspace at about 1,100 feet and waiting for authorization to climb higher. Meanwhile, the tour helicopter was traveling southbound along the Hudson River, heading towards the Statue of Liberty. It was rising beneath the Piper, climbing to about 1,100 feet. In midair, the 2 aircraft collided, killing all 9 people on board. Midair collisions are not a new phenomenon. One of the most tragic midair collisions occurred on June 30th, 1956, when 2 commercial airliners collided over the Grand Canyon, killing all 128 people aboard. The Grand Canyon collision was at the time the deadliest in U.S. aviation history, and it helped change the course for how we regulate our airspace. In the aftermath, we ushered in sweeping changes that included modernization of the air traffic control system and ultimately resulted in the Federal Aviation Administration's creation. Sadly, this accident is a grim reminder that despite was simply following his directions. And although the helicopter's conspicuity was improved by anti-collision lights and high visibility blades, these enhancements didn't help. Both aircraft were equipped with radios and traffic information systems, yet they didn't hear or see each other. And the technology did not prevent the accident, and the air traffic system neither separated them nor alerted them that they were about to collide. Much of our discussion today will focus on how to improve the safety of flight in dense traffic corridors, including the Hudson River. And let me say that these improvements are critically needed. And while there is still a lot of work to be done, the good news is that many important changes have already taken place. This past year, in the days and weeks after the accident, the Safety Board saw an unprecedented collaboration between the FAA and NATCA, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, two groups who, despite past differences, are working together to improve the airspace around New York City and in New Jersey. Within days of the accident, the FAA convened a task force, the New York Visual Flight Rule Airspace Task Force, made up of changes to procedures, among other things, so that transiting aircraft are handled by ATC and do not operate in the Hudson River corridor. While some improvements were focused exclusively on the New York, New Jersey area, some changes in the last year have national implications. For example, FAA has accelerated its nationwide deployment of the Traffic Analysis Review Program, or TARP, software that automatically detects loss of separation at terminal facilities. position. If we're serious about changing the paradigm and moving forward, then it's critical that ADSB, both in and out, be a part of this next phase of air traffic and collision avoidance technology. In light of the many positive developments that we've seen in the last year, steps that occurred in advance of our final report, I am hopeful that this is prologue to the future, and then when it comes to embracing change to improve the the recommendations that we issue today will see that same proactive response by the regulator. Sorry about that. One final comment before we begin the presentations. While not a recommendation that's considered today, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize how non-volatile memory chips contained in electronic flight displays are to the how valuable these non-volatile memory chips. This is particularly significant since general aviation aircraft are not required to and do not carry recorders. Not all flight displays are built with non-volatile memory. Although we understand there is no technological cost or barrier to do so, it is the
Right is Bob Gretz, our investigator in charge. John O'Callahan, Aircraft Performance. Dan Bartlett, Air Traffic Control Group Chairman. Captain
The helicopter was operated as an air tour or sightseeing flight under 14 Code of Federal Regulations Part 135 and 136. The pilot and 2 passengers on board the airplane and the pilot and 5 passengers on board the helicopter were killed. Visual meteorological conditions prevailed at the time of the accident, which included clear skies, visibility 10 miles, and wind variable at 3 knots. About 10 o'clock on the morning of the accident, the airplane departed Wings Field, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for Ocean City, New Jersey, with a stopover at Teterboro Airport, Teterboro, New Jersey, where a passenger boarded. The flight from Wings Field to Teterboro was uneventful. The flight was operating in the Hudson River Class B exclusion area, and the pilot was not required to be in contact with air traffic control. However, the common traffic advisory frequency for the Hudson River corridor allows pilots to exchange traffic information while operating in that airspace. The helicopter's route of flight included a climb west controller at the same time the airplane pilot was transmitting the incorrect readback. The Teterboro controller's personal phone call ended at 11:53:10, which was 4 seconds before the collision occurred. Mr. Bartlett will present further information about the controller's performance before the collision, and he will discuss other air traffic control related issues learned during the investigation. Staff would like to present a 3.5-minute animation that depicts the ground tracks for the airplane and the helicopter.
Next one, Mike Charlie, radar contacts the other Charlie, so the left turn to join the Hudson River.
Report I'm on a 220.
That's one Mike Charlie, radar contacts the other two.
One Mike Charlie, climbing out of 400.
That's one Mike Charlie, roger traffic. Charlie, so the left turn to join the Hudson River.
One Mike Charlie.
Charlie, Tower, that's runway 19 cross. I'll tell you what, cross 19 taxi back. Head back to 19.
Full taxi to 19 cross 19.
Damn. That's one Mike Charlie, contact Newark Tower 127.
Report I'm on a 220.
Second North.
72-hour history preceding the accident. Safety issues during its investigation of the accident and as a result of the FAA's response to the previous safety recommendations.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'll be discussing the cockpit visibility and traffic information service study performed for this accident. The projection of the line of sight into the XY plane is shown by the purple line. images showing a top-down view of a helicopter with the nose of the helicopter pointed towards the top of the page to illustrate the azimuth angles associated with each clock position. Thus, 12 o'clock corresponds to an azimuth of 0 degrees, directly in front of the aircraft. 3 o'clock corresponds to an azimuth of 90 degrees, to the right of the aircraft, and so on. These red diamonds indicate the azimuth and elevation angles from the helicopter to the airplane at the times shown. Thus, at 11:52:28, about 46 seconds prior to the collision, the airplane would have been slightly behind the helicopter's 1 o'clock position. By 11:52:42, or 32 seconds prior to the collision, the airplane would have moved behind the helicopter's 3 o'clock position, that is, behind the helicopter pilot's right shoulder. Since the pilot was seated in the left front seat of the helicopter, it is unlikely that he would have been able to see the airplane after this time. In this image, the yellow circles indicate the azimuth and elevation angles from the airplane to the helicopter at the time shown. A special panoramic or fish that the helicopter should have been in the airplane pilot's field of view during the times shown. Although this is an important finding, it does not provide information about how the helicopter might have appeared to the airplane pilot in terms of size or against system. Existing guidance discourages pilots from executing collision avoidance maneuvers based solely on the information provided by TIS without further but that are not traffic alerts are called proximity alerts. The next few slides Change to the intruder is depicted by the distance of the diamond from the client symbol. In this example, the intruder is a little over 4 nautical miles from the client. Increases, then an oral alert of traffic will sound. This image shows the view from the airplane 46 seconds before the collision. The dark area in the foreground is the cockpit frame, and the background scene is from a flight simulation program. Inserted into the background scene is an image of Manhattan generated by Google Earth. The helicopter appears at the center of this yellow circle, a tiny object against the background of Manhattan buildings. The TIS display for the airplane is shown here. A traffic alert has appeared ahead and above the airplane, and an oral traffic alert is sounded. Proximity alert 1,000 feet above the helicopter, and a traffic alert corresponding to the accident airplane which was associated with the accident airplane has been downgraded to a proximity alert. This is the view from the airplane 28 seconds prior to the collision. The helicopter would appear here. The TIS display for the airplane shows the helicopter getting closer horizontally and vertically. vertically, only 200 feet below the airplane and climbing. The TIS display for the helicopter also shows the airplane extremely close, 200 feet above the helicopter's 4 o'clock position. This is the view from the airplane 9 seconds prior to the collision. The helicopter would appear here, and its shape is starting to become recognizable in these images. The TIS display for the airplane shows that the helicopter is so close to the airplane that the radar can no longer resolve the distance between them, and so the symbol for the helicopter is drawn directly on top of the client symbol in the TIS display. The TIS display for the helicopter shows a similar situation, with the aircraft separated by only 100 feet vertically. This is the view from the airplane 5 seconds prior to the collision. The helicopter would appear here and is now clearly recognizable as a helicopter. It still appears below the horizon against the backdrop of Manhattan buildings. The TIS display for the airplane is very similar to that shown in the previous scan, with a symbol for the helicopter coincident with the client aircraft symbol and only 100 feet below. The TIS display for the helicopter is also similar to that in the previous scan and is consistent with the display for the airplane. This is the view from the airplane 4 seconds prior to the collision. In regard to the Traffic Information Service, the TIS system sent traffic messages to both aircraft. The airplane likely started receiving TIS alerts associated with the helicopter about 46 seconds before the collision. However, the airplane may not have received an oral traffic alert associated with the helicopter. The helicopter likely started receiving TIS alerts
$14,000 hours, and I certainly, as a pilot, I certainly have a great deal of respect for the threat of a mid-air collision. As the chairman indicated, the then largest aviation disaster very well illustrate. Focus, recognize that it's an aircraft, become aware of a collision course, decide whether to turn left or right, the muscular reaction. Pointed out, the aircraft were depicted, should have been depicted on each aircraft's TIS display. Why do we believe that neither pilot effectively used the TIS to maintain awareness of each other?
I'll answer that question. The flying is, as you said, flying is a dynamic environment. There are multiple tasks that a pilot must perform, and in this case, as Mr. O'Callaghan presented, there are clear indications of information presented to the pilots through the TIS system that would have alerted them to the presence of other aircraft operating nearby. As far as the airplane pilot, he was we believe he was trying to communicate or reestablish communications with air traffic control. So there's some competing workload there.
the TIS information was being transmitted. We have no information, basically, that it was acted upon in either aircraft, correct? It's received, but there was no action, and we just heard some hypothesis about probably why not.
That's correct. Yeah.
Great.
One of the difficulties we have, obviously, is no recorded data, as the chairman indicated. We know it was transmitted. We don't know for certain if it was displayed, if the unit may have had a malfunction of some type.
So I'm curious if we have any information about the number of alerts that are going on. We've had several cases where there have been a lot of alarms going off in different environments, in the WMATA accident, et cetera. I'm wondering, given the congestion of this airspace, are there a lot of nuisance or other kinds of alarms that would have people kind of questioning the viability, reliability of the information that's coming?
Interviews with pilots that operated in the area did state that because of the high volume of traffic in the area, that they did have a number of alerts referred to sometimes as nuisance alerts. They used the TIS as a supplement to their visual scan. Visual acquisition of the target was primary, of course, and in most cases they identified the alerts as a nuisance alert because they already had that traffic in sight when the alert went off.
Great. And can you just give a little more information about the helicopter's path? Climbing,
Each radar return has an uncertainty of plus or minus 50 feet, and it's sampled every 4.6 seconds or so.
Are we going to have a discussion about company policy and where the aircraft were intended to operate in in the next presentation?
There won't be a discussion. Mr. Bartlett's presentation contains a map of the route that would have been flown by the helicopter had it
in your headset. A pop-up display appears on the GPS no matter what display page you have set, which shows the TIS range rings and the targets that are leading to the half-mile radius and any target entering that protected area within 34 with
Correct that one may not get an oral traffic alert when a new, uniquely different intruder due to the same intruder, every scan.
Right. But when you showed your examples, and we might want to pull up a few slides, maybe if we could get the last situations that we saw displayed, these are the two aircraft that get the closest here, but they don't get that oral alert in this situation. I talked about this with staff. I understand that this is an older system. that it's probably being phased out. So my question to you all would be, why would we not issue a recommendation to enhance the performance of this system to give more useful information to the pilots? Is it merely because we think this is a system that's on its way out and is going to be replaced by another system?
Chairman, I think you've pointed out some very good concerns that I think are part of the motivation behind one of the recommendations, which is to design, asking the FAA to consider traffic operations, or helicopter operations and the unique characteristics presented by those. From my point of view, I see any traffic alerting system as having kind of two components. One is sort of a passive function that detects and presents to the pilot on a display where all the detected targets are. And the TIS system did that in this case. Other systems, they'll do that a little bit better because their refresh rate is higher and so forth. But nonetheless, it did do that. The second component is, I think what you're getting at is
Helicopters, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, as far as this TIS system goes and its efficacy,
ADSB out. So if there's no ADSB in, will those aircraft that
the ADSB out, you're already invested several $1,000s, say $7,000, where for an additional $2,000,
No further questions.
Member Weiner.
The TIS, if my memory serves me correctly, is intended not for maneuver. Supplementation or advisory is there besides TIS and TCAS?
At the low end, there's passive systems.
Approximately a decade out. Is that correct?
The rule is 2020.
So in the
or the intent currently stands in 2020, aircraft would not be required to have
If everyone could please take their seats, we're ready to begin.
For Class B exclusion area. The approximate flight track of the accident airplane is depicted by red arrows, and the approximate flight track of the accident helicopter is in blue. Piper 71 Mike Charlie departed Teterboro at
Here and up here. I know we do have some pilots up here and some people who, but, and Mr. Bartlett is a former air traffic controller, so he tends to talk fast, and so.
controllers. The Newark controller saw the other aircraft in the vicinity that could have been an issue to the accident airplane. The Newark controller attempted to get control of the Again, it's important to note the accident helicopter was not visible on radar. Roman AA5 northbound at 1,900 feet. The Teterboro controller did not issue any traffic advisories to the accident airplane regarding the Our data indicates the helicopter climbed to 1,100 feet versus the standard operating altitude of 1,000 feet. On the day of the accident, there were 5 controllers on duty at familiar with provisions of this order. Require local flights to remain below and the Hudson River are different, resulting in helicopter operations in close proximity to each other.
Speaking quickly throughout the entire 2.5 minutes that we heard him.
I'll take that. I think, to me, and obviously shortly thereafter.
Right, but the real point is that, okay, so after he couldn't get in touch with him, you're saying that he slowed down, but all of the speech prior, including this transfer and prior to, seemed to be at the same abrupt cadence. So I want to make sure that if we're having a finding, and I'm not sold on it, by the way, because I'm going to propose later that we strike that finding, but
We're bringing up a map from Mr. Bartlett's presentation.
Thank you.
Slide 7. Click it again. One more time. Right there.
So where is the transfer point?
It would be less than a mile towards the river's edge there at the Lincoln Tunnel. That's the gray. So probably another 3/4 of a mile would be the TCP.
Okay. So in terms of point in time, if the airplane is going, what was he going at the point of collision? About 150 knots?
140, closer to 140, I believe.
140, so he's doing 2.5 miles per minute. So at 3/4 of a mile, how long is it going to take him to get there?
20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So the real point is, did he really speak faster at that point? That's the point of contention that I have. Thank you. I've got more questions, but my time's up. Thank you.
Member Weiner.
Going back to earlier discussion about traffic avoidance, as Mr. Howder suggested that radar
That's a correct assumption. He's got a discrete transponder code. He believes
Member Roskine.
In the presentation, there was a discussion about adequate staffing in the tower. And in the report, it specifically talks about maybe more of an issue around resource allocation. And there doesn't seem to be a systemic kind of issue here, but
obviously some circumstances such as a mid-check single controller, it's not on New York Departure Control on 119.2, and I was aware that that's very well where the pilot could have gone. But you have to hear it to be able to fix it. And if you hear it, then you reach back, you use guard if that's an available tool. In this case, it doesn't appear that guard would have been.
Expected to be given. And so explain to me why that's important. Explain to me where these different frequencies are. And so if you're looking at, and I think you have
For that expected route of flight is 119.2. As the aircraft was on the outbound preset to that frequency. So in the interest anticipated expectation of radar advisories would not have been expected to. So the helicopter of the common traffic advisory frequency is an additional tool. Thing by air traffic control. But if in this situation air traffic
Someone.
Thank you. I want to walk through this, how this readback is supposed to work. So an air traffic controller gives a frequency change, and he says, contact so-and-so on 127.85, and then the pilot is supposed to read back that frequency, correct?
That's correct.
And then the controller is supposed to listen to that and then correct any erroneous readback. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that specifically stated in the 7110 manual?
Not in so many words, but it is a requirement, and if you give me a minute, I'll look it up.
That's okay. No, but it is a requirement. It is an air traffic control requirement that the controller is supposed to listen to the readback.
Yes, sir.
And if he doesn't hear it properly, it's commonly referred to in the industry as a hearback error.
Hearback, readback error, yes, sir.
Yep. Yep. I'm got a report conducted by Volpe Center, and it says that readback, hearback errors, this is where the
going on by the accident pilot, Newark Air Traffic Tower, and before and immediately after a continuing discussion with airport operations.
I'm sorry?
Immediately before and after the readback. Non-pertinent telephone conversation was continuing.
See, that was an example of a hear back, read back error. You talked too fast. Member Stumwalt said, I'm sorry. You had to repeat it.
But actually, I caught the erroneous readback, so I wanted to clarify it. And that's exactly what is incumbent on the controller. If he or she does not hear the readback, tell me if I'm right, it is incumbent on the air traffic controller to say, Mike Charlie, 71 Mike Charlie, sorry, I was on another line. Give me your, read back the frequency for me one more time. Is that correct?
Something along those lines, yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm not using standard phraseology, but the point is that the controller, no matter what he's doing, if he's on a personal telephone call, or if he is on or if there's an incoming speaker from Newark or somebody else saying, how about transferring that airplane, he's supposed to still get the readback, but he didn't do that.
You have to. That's how you do your job. You have to have clear, concise communications.
Do you believe that if the pilot would have gotten on the proper frequency, how likely is it that this aircraft would have occurred, that this accident would have occurred?
Unlikely.
Unlikely. So the fact that the controller did not catch the erroneous readback is key to this accident, is what you just told me.
One of several, yes.
I'm sorry?
One of several, yes.
Okay, yes.
Whatever other form of handoff, be it electronic, be it, we have different means.
I'd like to point out that the time when he provided Mike Charlie turn left towards the river, that would have been an opportune time.
or to reestablish communication would be to go back to the Teterboro Tower frequency or self-select Newark frequency. Is that correct?
Yes.
So once he's made the wrong selection, it's up to him to correct it.
Well, in that case, it would be incumbent upon the pilot to communicate. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to point out here that he may have had some difficulty because the frequency tuned to was actually a frequency for Bradley, Connecticut. So he may have actually been hearing traffic and tried to communicate thinking that was correct. So it may have taken a couple tries before he realized that it wasn't working and wanted to go back to Teterboro. So you can lose some time because you're hearing traffic, you're hearing discussions, and you think you have the right one. And that can add some time to the whole process.
Member Roskine.
And just to follow that thread a little further, that delayed handoff, the way we're talking about it now, that's discretionary. I mean, the language you're using is when appropriate, but basically the timing from the electronic to the verbal, it's discretionary, the timing of when that can happen?
Only to a certain level. Once you are done with the airplane, you have no reason to hold the airplane. Get rid of it. And that's somewhat discretionary, but we talk about it in 7110 after all of these issues are resolved in the event of this or this or this. But you are expected to transfer communications as soon as practical after the handoff is complete.
And that's why I'm just clarifying, because you identified a particular time when it would have been absolutely appropriate and very soon afterwards where he could have handed it off. And again, I'm saying there's a gray area, which means it was still okay for him to wait, basically, and delay that transmission for over a couple minutes.
Just to clarify, the staff felt that there was two good opportunities to transfer this flight. The first one was on the climb out, about 400 or 500 feet, when the electronic handoff was completed. Also, we saw that in the TIS, who those different airplanes were. What's important to be aware of is that neither aircraft was on a frequency where air traffic control could have provided a conflict alert during any of those 14 conflict alerts.
And I appreciate that, but it's kind of like, well, I shouldn't give an alert because they can't hear me anyway. I'm more concerned that 11 or 14 of these are going off, and I'm wondering what the usual response should be, and do we know?
The conflict alerts happened. I don't know that they were expected, but ironically, while the controller didn't necessarily recall seeing or hearing, he acted in a manner that would have been indicative of being aware. At the time he terminated the telephone call and tried to reach out and touch this airplane, get reestablish communications, we could say or theorize that it was in response. As far as following the prescribed communication procedures for conflict alert, those were not done, and in part because they weren't on the frequency.
And that's just, I guess my thought is we step back and we realize people in the air and on the ground are not paying attention to alerts that are supposed to be there to help them, and we've already hearing see and avoid. And those are not, they're not paying attention to those or using that information.
Entering the Hudson, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
But one of the things that you it's going away from them, so why would he alert them on that?
Well, if we look at the scale, this traffic is 2 to 3 miles. Stayed at 1,100 feet and went down the river. The traffic was potentially conflicting.
Do you have any sense what the southbound traffic at 1,000 feet was?
I do not. It was a VFR non-discrete.
If I could just clarify Mr. Bartlett's statement, the
keep calling to him every time, or they just call to him once and say traffic, and it's a blanket and it's all inclusive?
A lot of times, for time's sake, against what the TIS was showing.
Okay, but if he gives them multiple traffic alerts over the river, at the time, neither of them could see the helicopter. So I think to the people who are watching this exactly why we're calling
that conversation in this boardroom. We run a transparent agency. Why was it blanked out when we played it this morning?
Public, the transmissions over the airways. Anybody could pick that up. Anybody with a scanner that day could have heard it. Obviously, with cockpit voice recorders, we only provide a transcript. In this case, this was a landline call between two people, obviously friends, discussing
did not point out traffic to me. And so I think the lesson to me as a pilot is that I don't rely on air traffic control. That is a key factor in this accident, and we'll hear that later this afternoon.
If a pilot requests radar advisories and you can provide radar advisories, service.
It's considered an additional service, so
Yes,
it's
sir.
not, okay, so cannot always be relied upon to provide traffic services. So,
But just to clarify, in those cases, the pilot is usually told aircraft
1,000 feet because that's what their company procedures called for. Now, I would allow the altitude to vary plus or minus 50 feet, to give a smoother ride. So here's a situation where an autopilot allows plus or minus 50 feet. I checked my old Airbus manual this morning. The altimeters on the ground, we would check them to see that they were both the same. The allowable error between two altimeters in the airplane, 75 feet. Plus or minus 75 feet. As long as they were within 75 feet of airport elevation and within 20 feet of each other, that was considered legal. There's the Mode C rounding, as Mr. Bartlett pointed out, that they could have been at 1051 and not 1,100 feet. We don't know for certain that this helicopter went to 1,100 feet. We know that's what the Mode C readout, the readout on the air traffic control radar, that's what it indicated. But it could have been a 50-foot error. So I do not support the notion that that should be part of the probable cause of this accident. For those reasons, we can't say for certain where these two airplanes came together. Vertically speaking, we know it was probably somewhere between 1,051 and 1,149, 1,150. But within plus or minus 100 feet is considered an acceptable tolerance for an airplane pilot. Thank you.
Member Weiner.
I'd like to go back to the discussion on see and avoid. See and avoid has been around since the beginning of flight. It's generally recognized to have some risk, particularly in an environment where you know there's other traffic around, you pay close attention. It is a fact, if I'm correct, if I'm not mistaken, that even under IFR, if you're in visual meteorological conditions, VMC, you are responsible for see and avoid. Now, in the Class D airspace where Teterboro was located, because he was under control of the local controller, he could expect to get some help with see and avoid. But it's also correct that no radio traffic could be in that area. Is that correct?
You mean there could be no, it's possible that there was no traffic in the Class D?
In the Class D space, there could be, because Teterboro was Class D, is that correct?
That's correct.
Class D allows no radio traffic with, an airplane without a radio to approach the tower and look for light signals. Is that correct?
That would be no radio issue. You cannot fly in a Class D without communicating with air traffic control.
In a Class D, though, he can. He needs to have light signals.
No. Class D, you have to be in control. You have to be in contact with the primary air traffic control tower. If you come in as a normal aircraft, you can expect light signals, but that's an exception.
Yes, but my point is that in a Class D, a no radio aircraft could operate. But in a Class B airspace, the Class B airspace requires not only two-way radio, but requires a Mode C transponder.
Yes, sir.
And that's what he was expecting to have was help in his see and avoid, so to speak, in a Class B environment.
Yes.
But he didn't get the Class B environment because of the Well, all the circumstances we've talked about.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Roskine. My last question would be on kind of going back to that phone call. Can you explain to me what FAA policies are with respect to personal calls in the tower? If this is an issue that we're concerned about, we need to understand what procedures or policies exist and whether or not they were violated.
I could not find a FAA policy. It's my experience that personal telephone calls are going to be governed by the local authority, the air traffic manager, the frontline manager. There are facilities that we have investigated where personal phone calls have to be routed through the frontline manager to determine the criticality so that they do not distract the controller from his or her duty. In the case of Teterboro, there was no personal telephone call policy.
So did the air traffic controller do anything wrong? Are there any orders that specify what he should be doing or how he should prioritize his actions?
The air traffic controller is responsible for providing a service to the pilots and to use best judgment to do those things when the situation isn't particularly covered by an order. And in this case, it's staff's opinion that he used poor judgment in prioritizing between the telephone call and providing air traffic services.
Member Sumwalt.
Okay, so you mentioned that the frontline manager was not in the tower at the time of the accident. Is it acceptable for a supervisory controller to leave the tower during a break? Is that A-9-83, the FAA briefed the tower and radar and I think my wife tells me that I'm hard of hearing. I don't believe it, but I can't hear what she's saying anyway. But I
administrator. Wanted them to do. There was the second one. We wanted them to instruct pilots that to switch from air traffic control communications to the CTAF and self-announce before entering the area. It looked like the revision to the rules that they made, they had not done that, and we asked them to go back on that. With regard to AO 983, the professionalism, the only thing that remains on that was to instruct to give the briefing to all en route controllers. At that time that we responded to the letter in May, they had not done that, but they now have. With regard to the special flight rules area, we classified that recommendation they could fly at one. You could have one going up to 999 feet, another going down to 1,000 feet. We thought there should be more vertical separation. Since that time, there have been other changes.
Respects have not been quite as responsive as we'd like for them to be, but they did jump right on it immediately. There's still more to be done, though, and that's what we have to focus on, is what more needs to be done. Thank you very much.
It's
likely affected by fatigue. 3, both aircraft were properly certified, equipped, and maintained in accordance with federal regulations, and the recovered components showed no evidence of any pre-impact structural, engine, or system failures. 4, weather was not a factor in this accident, and sun glare would not have interfered with the pilot's ability to detect and track the other aircraft. 5, as he has not received additional traffic advisories, but the pilot was still responsible for seeing and avoiding other traffic. 10, and decrease the vertical separation between the aircraft. 14, the helicopter would not have been obscured from the airplane pilot's view, but would likely have been difficult for him might not have occurred if the frontline manager had corrected the controller's performance deficiency involving an earlier non-pertinent telephone conversation. 20, The guidance in Advisory Circular 90-48C, Pilots' Role in Collision Avoidance, could better assist pilots' efforts same area by providing oral enunciations and visual displays of the traffic.
Are we going to hear the staff's proposal to substitute for yours?
Yes.
Okay.
What
All
the-
right, please go ahead and read it, Dr. Meyer.
Thank you. What the
Madam Chairman, I actually would like to make a motion that we strike finding number 7 in its entirety. This would be
Microphone. Okay, discussion? Or do we want to vote?
A question I had to Dr. Meyer is a couple of board meetings ago, wondering really if it sits now, it's not going to be, it will be bifurcated from the airplane pilot. Does it need to now say pilots are responsible for seeing and avoiding other aircraft? You see what I'm saying? That it now will disassociate it from specifically the airplane pilot, but both pilots, all pilots, are responsible for see and avoid.
I guess I see it a little differently. The first part is related to what he believed he had in terms of the environment for air traffic.
It's my concern about taking it apart. It was put together to address this particular case.
Okay, I'll withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Are there additional changes to the conclusions or findings?
Madam Chairman, if no one else does, I
Go ahead.
thanks.
Member Sumwalt.
No, I tell you what, I've gone. Member Wayner's gone. You go ahead, sir.
Member
Communication procedures.
slow down.
The FAA's discretionary ATC transfer of communication procedures for the Hudson Class B exclusion zone
opposed to make the transfer of communication as soon as possible after the electronic handoff. But this controller, for whatever reason, I mean, according to what Mr. Bartlett said, it is supposed to be done as soon as possible. I don't think the FAA has just said you can do it as long, you can wait as long as you want, as long.
He sort of identified that it's built into the regulations to be discretionary for certain reasons. You don't want a hard and fast, you must transfer.
There's a big window, which because of the distraction, you know, if there had been a hard line for him, and it doesn't have to be time, whatever, it's a marker, for example, that might be suggested. If there was a hard line, he would have been working up to
Just changes to personnel or not discipline of an individual who may have made a mistake or exercised bad judgment, but a number of procedures have been changed to make the airspace over the Hudson safer. And in our recommendation letter that we issued on August 27th, 2009, we discussed some of our concerns about these procedures. We talk about we're concerned the ATC transfer of communications procedures applied to the accident airplane may have inadvertently caused the pilot not to follow the traffic awareness procedures established for flights through the area, thereby increasing the chance of a collision. Aircraft operating the Hudson Class B exclusion area depend on CTAF reports to maintain awareness. But because the pilot was in contact with Teterboro waiting for further instructions and was then instructed contact Newark, the pilot may not have been making or monitoring CTAF. We go on to say in the letter, there are no procedures or instructions directing controllers to prevent, where possible, aircraft from entering the Hudson River Class B exclusion area while remaining in communication with ATC, or to ensure traffic permitting that aircraft requesting Class B clearances receive approval to climb before entering the Hudson River Class B exclusion area. Effective communication in the CTAF. We therefore they're working out ahead of time that permission to be able to get them out and up to keep them. Clause that has some agreement issues. So I think I'm just trying to point out where I think
As I understand it, you're proposing that the FAA's transfer of communications
I hesitate to reread what the chairman just read from the letter sent, but the NTSB is concerned the ATC transfer communication procedures applied to the accident airplane may have inadvertently caused the pilot not to follow the traffic awareness procedures established for flights through the area. So I guess just in response, I'm saying I think throughout this letter there's a discussion about the procedures needing to be changed, improved, they're inadequate, not just about a controller individually here.
The local procedures have been addressed. The
sentences regarding Part B of the recommendation, the FAA stated that it modified the Teterboro standard operating procedures to incorporate a standard VFR route for departure aircraft that are not requesting entry.
And I read back as you read it, please.
Right. I'll read it, but this doesn't mean I've got it right. What I have in front of me right now is the FAA's ineffective air traffic control transfer of communication procedures in the area of the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone increased the chance of a midair collision.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that's then what
and the FAA action, cleaned it up, moved the TCP back, required aircraft on the ground at Teterboro, going into Newark Class B.
That we understand that we're not talking about Class B. What we're talking about is in and around Class B. So if we have some suggestion for improved language. Member Sunwalt.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, since the board has already issued this letter with the specific verbiage of August the 27th of last year, I'm wondering if we would be on very solid ground by just simply taking the verbiage from this letter, and I'll just read it one last time because I think there's something here. I mean, this withstood the scrutiny of time it went through directors and everybody, and we looked at it and studied it under our bright fluorescent lights in our room, in our offices, and studied it. But this is what it says. I'm on page 5 of the recommendation letter, and it says, and I think there's some verbiage here that could be a conclusion, a finding.
Procedures applied to the accident airplane may have inadvertently caused the pilot not to follow the traffic awareness procedures established for flights through the area, thereby increasing the chance of a collision.
And I would second that. controller from issuing instructions to the airplane pilot to climb and turn away from traffic. There is my amendment.
Second. Any discussion?
Controller's non-pertinent conversation, which distracted him from
have played a role. Fundamentally, it was the failure of the scene avoid concept in this particular accident. And to highlight that and then acknowledge the multiple factors did not provide adequate vertical separation for aircraft operating in the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone. And I will just add that with our new finding, each one of our contributing factors are identified in the finding.
The controller's behavior is number one. I feel the other items beyond the failure to use the TIS information are pretty well covered in the findings.
Any other discussion? Member Sunwall.
Fundamentally, I agree with
You can go with the pilot's expectation, the incorrect frequency. There's a number of those, and I think depending on which approach you want to use, reverse chronological or, oh, this part's a little bit different, I think when you but that was the inherent piece. And I think we have to acknowledge it worked extremely effectively. In this case is where it failed.
and the controller's actions or inactions are part of the cause, and then those others are contributory. So that's what I mean when I'm saying I agree with Dr. Weiner. That's what I mean. But yes,
that the probable cause of this accident were the inherent limitations of the scene of void concept, which made it difficult for the airplane pilot to see the helicopter until the final seconds before the collision, and the Teterboro Air Traffic Controller's unprofessional behavior related to a non-pertinent conversation around the time of the accident. Period. Contributing to this accident were, one, both
figure out where we're going to be on the language. He's modified the cause to reflect some
items on there that I won't agree with, but I think we ought to take it sort of a chunk at a time. Madam Chairman, how would you like to proceed? I could propose my wording for the second part of the.
Why don't you discuss the issues that you have concern? It's still Member Rosekine's amendment, and so if he chooses to nobody was fast enough to keep up with that.
I understand.
And we don't have it in writing, and so I think one of our challenges is going to be to
propose that we strike the helicopter pilot's failure to follow his company procedures regarding altitude. That would be my strike, proposed strike. And that pretty much does it for me.
Any discussion? Member Weiner, any discussion?
I think I would propose that we take number 5, which is the FAA regulations did not provide
challenge of trying to decide was his rate of climb, was there leveling. I understand that part of it, but there was a company policy. If he wasn't even close to that, there's another one you could say we wouldn't even be in this discussion. I think there are a lot of
helicopter pilot operating as a Part 135 operator should be held to a higher standard. But I think the ambiguity, first, in knowing exactly what the altitudes were, and secondly, 100 feet is really not much of an operational error. So given those uncertainties, I would find it difficult to lay this on a helicopter pilot.
There is no one in this room that feels stronger about
is if there's a differential where he could have been at 10:51, does this also mean that the accident could have occurred at 11:49? So they would have busted Class B. So, but we're not making any mention that we think either of these pilots busted Class B airspace, are we? I think we are saying that they were at 1,100 feet. And I think that we are saying that the collision occurred at 1,100 feet. I'm looking at Liberty Tour 2 Alpha from our docket, and this is the agreed upon tour route for air tour operators operating along the Hudson that are participating in the TOPS program, and it's very specific about the altitudes and the locations to fly, who they're in communication and contact with. They do this all the time. This is a regular tour route for them. They're at 1,000 feet going down southbound. Surprised to find that he was 1,100 feet, and they couldn't explain why. I think that it is easy for people to make errors, but what we see in this accident is a lot of people made a lot of little errors, and at the end of the day, that's what culminated in this accident happening. And so I think the challenge is we have procedures that were complied with. Are we saying that's what caused the accident? No, but we're saying it's a piece. This is a specific area where the FAA does not agree with us, and I think if we want to put an exclamation point on this, that we think that this is significant and we want them to act, then there is value in putting it in our probable cause. Are there any other comments?
On the altitude, just to beat it to death, it's important to understand that a barometric altimeter is not a precision instrument. As I mentioned, in the airliners that I flew, just in looking at the book today, sitting on the ground, the altimeters had to be within 75 feet of airport elevation. They had to be within 20 feet of each other. Altimeter is not a precision.
Metric error to it, well within 100 feet. And the blind encoder that the transponder is broadcasting could have been at 1,100 feet. So there's just another ambiguity there that makes me pause a bit when it comes to the professionalism, the discussion of professionalism of the helicopter pilot.
So, do you want to review these? You want to go back to this? We have
some language that Member Sumwalt has shared with us, and so I think probably let's try to move in order. You've got, it sounds like your causal statement is pretty well tight, right?
Mm-hmm.
No.
This is what he wants
part of the
to
causal.
add.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we need to clean up the causal statement first, and so Member Sumwalt, I think, has offered a friendly amendment. If you'd like to offer that, you could accept it.
Shall I read it, Madam Chairman?
Yes, please.
Shall I start at the very beginning or just the part that I'm adding on? In other words, do you want to hear the whole causal part of it, including the top part, which I think we may agree on, but the point that I want to make. All right, so Member Rosekind, it sounds like, was agreeing to put the controller as part of the causal statement. I feel that there should be, as I'm going to use the word, more meat on the bone concerning his actions. And so that part that's number 2 on what you've been handed out with a bracket around it, that is what I'm proposing that we add as part of the causal statement. So it says, and the Teterboro Airport local controllers, and what that's supposed to say is non-pertinent telephone conversation, which distracted him from his air traffic control duties, including correcting the airplane pilot's readback of the incorrect frequency and the timely transfer of communications for the accident airplane to Newark Liberty International Airport tower.
Okay, everyone has that in front of them. Does staff have a copy of this as well? Okay. Council, I think maybe the cleanest way to do this is do a second degree amendment so we can vote on what Member Sumwalt just offered and then continue back on with Member Rosekind's. I'd like to get agreement on something before we move forward.
I will confess that I'm thoroughly confused at what we would be voting on at this point in time. I actually think the board members need to simplify this by breaking it down into the individual components, taking them one at a time and deciding what you want either in the probable
phone conversation, which distracted him from his air traffic control duties, including correcting the airplane pilot's readback of the incorrect frequency and the timely transfer of communications for the accident airplane to the Newark Liberty International Airport tower, period.
Do we have a second? Member Rosekind, are you comfortable taking a vote on the amendment to your amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signal with the hand and aye. Aye. I vote only for myself. I do not think that Vice Chairman Hart could have contemplated how complicated this would get. and so he will abstain. 4 ayes have it. Member Sumwalt's second degree or perfecting amendment has been adopted. We're going back now to Member Rosekind and the underlying amendment. You have a revised first sentence, probable cause, and now you need to deal with your contributing factors.
And I can just read as it stands, and then we've discussed, but I'm going to leave it as is. Contributing to this accident were 1, both pilots' ineffective use of available information, including from the aircraft's electronic advisory system, to maintain awareness of nearby traffic. 2, the helicopter pilot's failure to follow his company procedures regarding operating altitude. 3, inadequate FAA procedures for transfer of communication among ATC facilities near the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone. And 4, FAA regulations that did not provide adequate vertical separation for aircraft operating in the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone.
That's your motion?
Yes.
I second.
Any discussion? So it's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Well, the discussion would be the same discussion over again.
Okay, all right.
Right.
I promised that I would ask the staff their opinion once we figured out what we were doing. And so we've reached that point, and we're ready to vote on the language that Member Rosekind read. Mr. Howder, do you have any thoughts for us?
Several things. One, the safety boards discussed see and avoid for numerous years, longer than I've been at the board, going back to 1956. In each case, the board decided that it was technology was needed to improve things. Air traffic control system came out of the collision over the Grand Canyon. We've taken a look at more radio communications. The whole ATC system we have is based on this. In this case, we had the exclusion zone that there should have been communications within. It was set up. Pilots could communicate within the zone, and certainly we had a long history of successfully operating within the zone using the CTAF communications. We have an air traffic control system that's very effective at keeping aircraft separated. What fell apart here was the controller who set the whole thing up. So we had an aircraft who thought he was under air traffic in a situation where no one else was and not providing guidance. When I look at the probable cause, to me, that controller started the events. He needs to be in there. He defeated all the systems that we'd put into place for 50 years now on trying to prevent this from happening. So I believe the controller needs to go first in the probable cause statement. He started the chain of events. He broke down the system that we put in there. And the system is very, very effective. Going on from there, I'm not keen to talk about inherent and void limitations of see and avoid in this case because how it was set up. The pilot of the helicopter, he's communicating and listening to other traffic in the area. Here's somebody entering he's not communicating with. Why? Because the controller didn't tell him to. He's also entering a part of the flow that no one expects to see him. Why? Because the controller put him into a spot no one expected to see him. The pilot, although he knows to be VFR aware, has not been informed of any other traffic out there. He's expecting to climb higher. He's never expected to be down where he is. That's not his intent. He wanted to have communications, he wanted flight following, and he wanted to go to 3,500 feet. He did not intend to be down this low. So I have, in terms of see and avoid, I understand you have the very final seconds, which you can see, but still, to me, there's so many setups that go before that. I believe that the controller needs to be leading off in the probable cause of this accident. In terms of the helicopter pilot's failure to follow company procedures, we don't know exactly what went on in the cockpit. We didn't have a camera in the cockpit. His altimeter may have been showing him 1,000 feet or slightly above. We don't know. We don't know if maybe there's an operational reason why he chose to go higher. Maybe he did see a Canadian goose flying through the area and thought, I'm going to bump it up 100 feet. We don't know. So I have a hard time finding that he failed to follow company procedure because I don't know the operations he was conducting. Yeah, and the company procedure actually was designed to keep people away from each other, which didn't happen in this case. The regulations in terms of vertical separation within the aircraft in the corridor, the Piper didn't expect to be in the corridor. That was not where he wanted to be. He wanted to go high. During his initial discussions with the controller on takeoff, the controller said 1100. He came back 19. He wasn't thinking about low. That surprised him. He thought he was going to go higher on this. And so, kind of rambling thoughts of mine, but I believe it needs to be parsed out more like staff proposed.
Any other comments from the board members? Member Weiner.
Well, I think I feel, and expressed this earlier, that in my view, the controller set it up. So that was the top probable cause. Then the see and avoid was all that was left as far as a probable cause. So, and that's the reason for what I said earlier. I would rank the controller first, the pilot, see and avoid second.
Ready to call the question on the amendment that's on the table? Member Sumwalt, do you have another comment? Call the question.
Well, I don't know how to do this procedurally, but I would, I guess there's a motion on the table, so I can't come in here and propose a motion at this point. So, yeah, I want to strike the failure to follow company procedures, but we have a motion on the table, so I'm not sure the best way to handle that procedurally.
Okay, you can offer a friendly amendment to Member Rosekind if you'd like, but I think one of the options is to vote on the amendment as it stands, and then we can offer, right. If it doesn't prevail, we can offer different iterations. I'm just not sure how much we want to continue to massage this one thing, okay? Okay, so we all realize we have to get a majority if we're going to change anything. If we have a deadlock, that the underlying language is what's going to carry, okay? We have 4 board members here. I do not have strong enough direction from the Vice Chairman to vote his proxy on this because this is too dynamic, okay? So we're voting on Member Rosekind's amendment to the probable cause. He's already read it. I don't think we need to read it again unless anyone's confused. Do we need to read it again? Okay.
So procedurally, if we get a 2-2 vote, then automatically what we get will go to staff. But I guess can we vote on the probable cause?
No, that's again? Not quite correct. Okay. You have an amendment to staff's proposal. You're about to vote on that amendment as it's been modified and refined. If you tie, it doesn't pass. Okay, you still don't have a probable cause. You still haven't voted on a probable cause.
Okay, thank you.
Do we want to?
But we have an underlying proposal from staff, and in the past when we've had ties on proposed drafts, if there's a tie, it reverts back to the underlying language. So the only direction that I'm giving to the board members is we'll get a probable cause today. It's either going to be the staff proposed probable cause or a modified one based on our deliberations. We're not going to come out of here with nothing.
Staff has made a proposal to the board. Okay, if the board ties, the staff's proposal does not carry the day on an accident investigation report. There still needs to be a vote of the board that carries some probable cause to be published in this report. What you've just stated is the rule that applies in essence to our enforcement proceedings, where if there's a tie vote for enforcement proceedings, it reverts back to the law judge's decision.
I can go back and I can look at recommendations and cause that we've done in the past. Perhaps some of the staff can recall we've had 2-2 votes in the past. and it goes with the underlying document. I know when we circulate recommendation letters and other products that we get an underlying staff position. Maybe we need to get the board orders or something.
I have it available here, and I can consult it during a break or at this time if you would like.
Okay, well, I think we're going to have a problem if we get a 2-2 and we have no probable. If it says, Member Hal, sorry, if the General Counsel states, we're going to have no probable cause determination then.
I believe there's a method through this, though. Mm-hmm. You're voting on the amendment of Member Rosekind. If that does not carry, you can still have specific amendments to add, delete.
Absolutely. Those are the next votes.
Exactly.
But what I'm trying to share with the board members is the underlying, we're going to have 4 board members voting. We don't have 5. There's a potential for a tie. I do think we need to understand if nothing prevails that's offered by the board members, if we end up with no probable cause or if we end up with staff's probable cause.
There's another alternative to get past a tie vote if we end up at that
point.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, we might not get a probable cause today. Okay.
Right.
But this first vote is for the amendment. And
this
not
first
the
vote is for Member Rosekind's amendment. And now I understand why we should have taken a lunch at the break. Okay. All in favor of Member Rosekind's amendment to modify the probable cause, signal with a hand and aye. We have 2 votes. All those opposed? No. The amendment does not carry. Do we have another amendment on the probable cause?
Madam Chairman, yes, I'd like to propose an amendment to the probable cause, and I would like to, the probable cause would be read as presented with the exception of striking what was number 2 on the contributing factors, which would be the helicopter pilot's failure to follow his company procedures regarding operating altitude.
All right. You're not talking about the probable causes presented by staff. You're talking about the amendment that just failed, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I mean. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay.
If we craft one with the probable cause being the controller's actions, followed by see and avoid, those 2 as probable cause. Then contributing factors being ineffective use of available information, ineffective FAA procedures, and vertical separation. Those 3 then being the contributing causes.
Member Simone, do you want to modify your amendment?
Yes, I'll be happy to. I know people are sick of hearing me read, but I'll be glad to. My amendment is for the probable cause to read as follows. The National Transportation Safety Board determines the probable cause of this accident to be the Teterboro Airport local controller's non-pertinent telephone conversation which distracted him from his air traffic control duties, including correcting the airplane pilot's readback of the incorrect frequency and the timely transfer of communications for the accident airplane to the Newark Liberty International Airport tower, and the inherent limitations of the see and avoid concept which made it difficult for the airplane pilot to see the helicopter until the final seconds before a collision. Contributing to the accident were, number one, both pilots' ineffective use of available information from the aircraft's electronic traffic advisory system to maintain awareness of nearby traffic. Two, what is the word we're looking for? Inadequate? Inadequate FAA procedures for transfer of communication among ATC facilities near the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone. And I think the number is now 3, FAA regulations that did not provide adequate vertical separation for aircraft operating in the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone. Madam Chairman, there is my motion. There's my amendment.
Seconded.
Cause to see if you can make specific amendments of individual items to achieve a probable cause that you can reach satisfactory agreement on.
Do we need a little timeout? Do we need a break? Board members, you want to keep going, or?
Madam Chairman, if we continue and we remain deadlocked, would it then be
Your First Amendment?
Let me turn the mic on. Do we have agreement in terms of those 2 causes in that order?
I would prefer them to remain as they are in the original proposed by member. Okay, if this doesn't work, we're going to come up with an alternate plan.
Okay, Madam Chairman, this is my amendment. The National Transportation Safety Board determines the probable cause of this accident was the inherent limitations of the see and avoid concept. Zone, and number 3, FAA regulations that did not provide adequate vertical separation for aircraft operating in the Hudson River Class B exclusion zone. So there is my motion. There is my amendment.
Second. Second. Call the question. All in favor signal with a hand and aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3 ayes. All in. Opposed? Nay, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. Vice Chairman Hart. The probable cause has been adopted as revised. Dr. Meyer, will you please read the recommendations as proposed by staff?
Staff are proposing 5 new recommendations, all to the Federal Aviation Administration. Number 1, redefine the boundaries of the East River Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, CTAF, so that the downtown Manhattan heliport will be located in the area that uses the Hudson River CTAF. 2, revise 14 Code of Federal Regulations 93.352 to specify altitudes of use for aircraft conducting local operations in the Hudson River Special Flight Rules area, so that the regulation includes required operating altitudes for both local and transiting aircraft, and incorporate the altitude information for local operations onto published Visual Flight Rules aeronautical charts for the area. 3, update Advisory Circular 90-48C to reflect current day operations, including 1, a description of the current national airspace system and airspace classifications, 2, references to air tour operational areas as high volume traffic environments, and 3, guidance on the use of electronic traffic advisory systems for pilots operating under the see and avoid concept. 4, develop standards for helicopter cockpit electronic traffic advisory systems that, 1, address, among other flight characteristics, the capability of helicopters to hover and to fly near other aircraft at lower altitudes, slower airspeeds, and different attitudes than fixed-wing airplanes. 2, reduce nuisance alerts when nearby aircraft enter the system's alerting envelope. And 3, consider the different types of operations conducted by helicopters, including those in congested airspace. This would supersede safety recommendation A0904 and be classified open unacceptable response. Number 5, once standards for helicopter electronic traffic advisory systems are developed, as requested in safety recommendation 4, require electronic news gathering operators, air tour operators, and other operators of helicopters used for passenger revenue flight to install this equipment on their aircraft, to supersede safety recommendation A095. We are also proposing to reclassify 2 previously issued recommendations in this report.
Very good news. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendations as presented? And a second? Okay. All in favor signal with the hand in aye. Aye, and I vote for the vice chairman. 5 votes in favor of the recommendations. The recommendations have been adopted as presented. We will now vote on adopting the report in whole. Is there a motion to adopt the report as revised?
So moved.
All in favor signal with the hand in aye.
Aye.
Aye. 2 for the vice chairman as well. The report has been adopted as revised. Is there any request for a concurring or dissenting statement? Seeing none, this brings the meeting to a conclusion. I know that it didn't seem like we were going to get here for the last little while. I really would like to thank my fellow board members for their participation in today's discussion. This was a vigorous debate, and clearly everyone has very strongly held opinions, and they were brought to bear today. Thank you all very much. I think we've adopted a strong report that will go a long way to improving the safety of our airspace, not only above the Hudson River, but in all areas. Before closing, I'd like to recognize the hard work and the dedication of the NTSB staff, particularly the staff of the Office of Aviation Safety and Research and Engineering. As I have often said, while the board members sit on the dais and argue today, it is the staff who do the work day in and day out, and for the last year have worked to bring this report to the board. On behalf of my fellow board members, I thank you, staff, for conducting your comprehensive investigation and preparing an excellent report, and also for your work early on in the investigation to issue 5 urgent safety recommendations that resulted in change before we even met in the boardroom today. As we discussed today, this collision could have been prevented, but a series of missteps, including controllers distracted from their duties and pilots who failed to maintain situational awareness, overrode the safety benefits achieved through technology. While technologies like traffic alerts and collision avoidance systems can go a long way in helping pilots to see and avoid other aircraft, these technologies are not in and of themselves enough to keep us safe. Strong operating procedures, professionalism, and a commitment to tasks at hand are all essential pieces of ensuring a safe airspace. I commend the FAA for all they have done in the last year to improve the airspace in and around the New York City area. I recognize that it's a complicated section of airspace, and that FAA and NACA's responses together, working together, have been commendable. That being said, I'm hopeful that in light of today's deliberations and our new recommendations, we will continue to see the same sense of urgency and commitment by the regulators and the industry to usher in a new set of safety improvements. While we can't redial the clock or reset the compass or retrace missteps, we can learn from and improve on what we know. As the late author and politician John Powell so succinctly captured, the only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Thank you. We stand adjourned.